So, I already started. Wait. Then stamina, then balanced diet, then... Yeah, I don't know about either of those. Not a big fan of the either or ones. Here it is. Sadly, I just narrowly missed a fucking tourney, so I can't do that. Basically, though, I got here's the rundown of what happened for the DLC, at least, kind of the start of it. After talking to Radzik, Radzik, quote unquote, hired a group of mercenaries to clean up the roads of, yeah, just clean up the roads and shit of bandits and all that jazz. This mercenary group, this band of bastards, is namely of ex-convicts and all that shit, led by a man named Kuna, I believe. Now, why Radzik would quote-unquote hire these gentlemen is because... well, yeah, no, he didn't hire them. It's because... Oh my god, fuck off, internet. Don't cuck out on me, little bitch. But yeah, no, it's because, what's it called, you know... Oh yeah, because Radzik saved Kuna from, the executioner, and so Kuna owes Radzik a favor, thus a free, yeah, free shit. I kept this? Moreover, why is he yellow? I had a different... Okay, hold on. To sell fucking bows and shit, by the way, because I don't know and I need to get rid of them. Oh shit, this bow is way better than the one I currently have. Hold on. There we go. Yes, I am very humble. Also, as you can see, I got everything repaired except for footwear, but then again, who cares about that shit? My halberd and my scarf are repaired, that's all I care about. Yeah. How am I going this way? Yeah. It's just going this way. Anyways, it's the green objective marker, I believe. Alright, K-Bon. Alright, yep, green. Yep, Kuno, yeah, Kuno. Oh, yeah, don't worry about it. It's unimportant. Yeah. Duelist is cool and all, but at the same time I want a bit more of a challenge. Plus this thing also has better defense and durability, so, like, way better. Durability, I think, is like twofold or more. Yeah. God, I love how my health can actually regenerate on its own now. That's so fucking nice. Oh, God, I would love that. Or yeah, no, it's... I can't explain how good this is going to be. Yeah, nourishment, what's that at? 82, yeah. I'm good. I need an 8. Nope, come on, come on. Almost there. Ah, come on. Alright, you're fine. I'll Brock's a little fast.
Yeah.
God, this game is beautiful. I fucking love it so much. I want to know how this game would look with ray tracing and shit. Dope as fuck. Oh, here's the camp, it looks like. Yep, there we go. Kuno's camp. Oh, cutscene. I'm gonna go and shut up.
I'll be with you. I'm looking for Sakuno. Isn't this his camp?
You won't get nothing out of him. You must be Radzig's man. I heard he was supposed to send someone.
Yes, Sir Radzig sent me as a guide. I'm Henry.
I'm Jakey. And this here fella, we call the Stone.
I can see why. What's up with him? Cat got his tongue?
No, more like the dog got it. The executioner's dog. When the executioner ripped it out of him. Anyway, you better come along with me. I'll introduce you to the other fellas. And the chief. These here are the Bearman brothers, Petter and Jan. They're a barrel of laughs, except when they're too drunk to string two words together. Like now. Don't get on the wrong side of them, though. When their blood is up, well, it ain't a pretty sight.
Pleased to make your acquaintance, I'm sure.
I like Jakey. He's
Never
cool.
mind the fancy poses, Stefan. You're trying to kill the fucker, not teach him how to dance. And you, Dangler, stand your ground. Don't let him lead you round by the nose.
Sir? Well, sir, this is Henry. From Lord Kobula.
Ah, it's about time Radzig got round to this. We need someone who knows their way around these parts. Leave off with the bowing and curtsying. We don't hold with that tomfoolery here. Jakey! Where the hell are you sneaking off to? Go to the farm and get water. The lads are thirsty.
But I went last time.
And you'll go next time, you ungrateful pup. Get your ass moving. Snot-nosed brat. You pull them out of a pile of shit, and they thank you with back talk. Where were we? Oh yeah. We need a guide who knows these parts. So I hope I can rely on you, Herman.
It's Henry.
Right. Well, as I said to Radzig, I don't want to carry any... I've heard a lot of fellas say that. I still ended up on the wrong end of one. We'll find out. Stefan, take a break. Dangler, let's find out what Harold here can do.
Harold, Henry, both mean Hal. Or both are Hal.
No problem, Chief.
Okay, Dangler is cool, but what the fuck kind of name is Dangler? Sure, no problem, Chief. Dude looks and sounds like a badass, talks like a badass, walks like a badass, but his name's fucking Dangler. I nearly said Dingler. Alright. He's fast. Oh shit. I should have had my helmet. Okay. Let's see. One moment. Just going to go ahead and make sure I got the right combo. So it was up, right, down, left. That was just one I'm thinking about. Yep, up, right, down, left.
You're gonna cry now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Oh, fucking hell!
Ah, damn. Stab, left, down, right. Stab, left, down, right. I think that's the first time I got that one. 6-0. I just barely fucking parried that. Alright, left, right, down, left, right. Ah, damn.
You didn't fare badly at all, I must say. You can ride with us.
All right, good. Thanks.
Don't thank me yet. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
Sir Kuno, can you tell me something about yourself?
Drop the sir. That title brought me nothing but grief. But what do you want to know?
Sir Radzig told me the Rickvold family lost its wealth. How did that happen?
There's all sorts of ways to become impoverished. Nothing easier. Especially when your father's a fool. And your mother's mad as a bat.
Oh.
But it's a long and twisted story. We took our name from Rickval Castle. But that actually belonged to the convent of the Poor Clares in Tynitz. And my father only leased it. You see, he knew the abbess there since they were young. Knew her very well. There was even talk that she only joined the order because her family wouldn't let her marry him. Anyway, whether he was fucking her right there in the convent, or he just took a lot of interest in scripture, he spent an awful lot of time in Tynitz.
Oh, he might have been after a bit of both.
Sinning and confessing all in one place. Well, I can see the convenience of it. Anyway, my mother never had strong nerves. Truth be told, her sanity was always shaky. Pa's escapades drove her cuckoo entirely. Then, one frosty December morning, I was woken by screaming and smoke. I looked out the window, and I saw my mother there, in the courtyard, wreathed in flames. But I stood there, shrieking with laughter.
Christ, that sounds like a scene straight out of hell.
Hellish it was, I can tell you. Me and my sister Adela and a few servants managed to get out before the whole place went up.
Adela.
I couldn't get to my father. Or my little brother. Poor lad was only 7. My sister and I were left destitute after the fire. But then my cousin, Adam of Drevich, took us into his castle. A few weeks later, he offered to buy what was left of our estates and sell me a small fortress near a Kovnik. It was a great relief. We suddenly had some hope of a future again. So I told my sister about it. And it was the biggest mistake of my life. A week later, the two of them announced to me they were getting married. And all that was left of our estates, lands, woods, villages, Adela was to get it all as a dowry.
But surely that was for you to decide. You were the head of the family, right?
Aye. Only I barely had 17 years under my belt, and I'd just lost everything. Of course, I argued with them, and that was the only excuse they needed to kick me out of Drevich too.
That's pretty harsh.
You're telling me. But I'm not complaining. As my pa always used to say, if you can turn your hand to something, you'll never be lost. I doubt it ever crossed his mind how often I'd remember those words.
What about your debt to Sir Radzig? How did that come about?
A twist of fate, lad. I was fighting in the hostilities between the House of Schallenberg and the town of Colleen. Some trade dispute it was, and I fought under the Schallenberg colours. In the end, the two sides negotiated a truce, and I rode to Colleen with the delegation that was to parley there. We stopped off at an inn on the way, and it was there that I met Radzig Kobyla. I could tell at first sight he was a man after my own heart. A likeable rogue, with a sharp mind and a merry soul. We spent the whole night drinking together and talking, and in the morning we set off together, with sore heads, but in good temper, since he was travelling to Colleen same as I was. Only, once we reached the city gates, they arrested me on the spot. Seems the burghers had it in for me, since I'd been making their lives hell for a good 6 months. On the other hand, I was a member of the peace delegation, so by rights, they shouldn't have even looked at me sideways. And then it hit me why Radzig was there. Colleen is a royal city, so he was there to represent the king's interests.
I see. So he was on the other side.
That's right. Anyway, they threw me in a dungeon, and a few days later word reached me that the Schallenbergs had reached an agreement with the burghers. Only part of the deal was they would give them my head. And I'd surely have ended my days swinging from the town battlements if it hadn't been for Radzig. He liked me, and he could see it was a dirty trick, so he somehow squared things with the city council.
Lucky for you.
Indeed. I owe my life to Radzig, and I'll never forget it. He's asked me twice before for help. This is the third time, and how could I refuse him?
Yes.
I'd like to ask about your men.
Ask away.
Oh, bro. Alright, Dangler, Behrman Brothers, Stefan, the Stone, Jakey!
What about Jakey?
Jakey, that boy will be the death of me. You've got to be tough on him, or he's good for nothing. But I'm fond of him, in a way.
Like a son?
I wouldn't go that far. But I've no family of my own. And unlike those other cutthroats, he seems to me like a good lad.
Well, you're pretty hard on him, though. And the others keep him on his toes, too.
The boy needs a firm hand. I was like him once, and I got the same too. If we let him be, we'd end up with a third bear man. And who'd want that?
True. 2 is more than enough. What about the fellow they call Dangler?
I've never ridden with a better man, I can tell you. He doesn't say a lot, but for that, he listens all the better. Nothing escapes him.
So he scouts for you?
Not just that. It's happened more than once. I was closing a deal with someone, and Dangler told me after that he didn't like the smell of the fellow. Nearly every time he was right, and the fellow tried to stab me in the back afterwards.
What about that dumb one? How did he end up with you?
The Stone? Oh, he just kind of tagged along.
Just like that?
Aye, just like that. We were riding from Olomouc to a castle past Kladsko, when we ran into him and some other wayfarers camping along the way. You know how it goes. We made acquaintance with them, had a drink or two. Then we travelled on together. After all, there's safety in numbers.
I'm not sure I'd be thinking that if I ran into you lot on the road.
We might have done some things I ain't proud of, but wayfarers are sacred even for me. Anyway, our fellow travellers dropped off along the way. One in Mohelnitz, one in Schoenberg, and the rest in Kladsko. Except for the Stone. He stuck with us the whole way. The fellas kept asking him what he was after, but of course he never said a word. When we were approaching Barsdorf, I ordered the men to get rid of him. I had some business at the castle, and I didn't want any strangers sticking their noses in. Stefan tried to tell him nicely, but he just sat there, staring like he was turned to stone. That's when we gave him the name. Then the Behrman brothers tried to get him off his horse. He booted Jan in the face and knocked him out cold. Then he jumped down and felled Petter with one punch. A man who can do that is a man you want on your side. So we kept him.
Weren't you worried about having a stranger in your band? Especially one who didn't talk.
No, I figured if he can't talk, You can't tell. Besides, I've had worse.
What can you tell me about Stefan?
Fletching? For one thing, he's a very resourceful fellow.
How did he come to join your band?
Well, let's just say he was in the right place at the right time. You'll find he has quite a knack for that.
What exactly happened? Curious. Maybe I should ask him myself.
Sure, why not? Our Fletch does love to converse.
Those Behrman brothers are quite a pair.
Indeed they are. There's no more mercy in them than in, well, a bear. If I told them to skewer you on the spot, they'd do it, without batting an eyelid.
Jesus.
Oh, aye. They'd argue first about which one of them got to do the job. But they're as obedient as a huntsman's dogs. Real soldiers, the pair of them. Reliable. As long as they don't get too drunk. Then there's no keeping them under control. But nobody's perfect.
Can you tell me something about yourself?
What do you want to know?
Why do they call you Dangler?
Because Kuno found me dangling on the end of a rope.
Ah, I see. So, he saved you from execution?
I wouldn't call it an execution exactly. At the time I was squire to the Lord of Boozitz. There was a proper night for you, full of ideals and honour. I looked up to him as a hero. Then in one skirmish he was killed, and the foe took me captive. They stood me on a shaky wooden cross with my hands tied behind my back and a noose around my neck, for amusement. Then they rode off laughing.
But how long were you stuck there?
I couldn't tell you. Hours, maybe days. In the end, everything started going black. I could feel the devil pulling me down by the legs.
Jesus! How on earth did you survive?
I didn't. When Kuno found me, he says I was dead as a doornail. They cut me down and took the rope off me. Then someone gave me a kick and I coughed and came back to life. Sort of.
What is it, Jakey?
The stone wants to talk with you, if you can call it that. Probably about that ring.
What ring?
Ah, no one told you about it. The fellas call it the Ring of Bacchus. It's a kind of game we play. Kuno gave us this ring. It's just a worthless bauble. But when we're at the tavern, Kuno pays everything for the man who has the ring. So we steal the ring from each other and try to trick each other. Well, actually, just the others. They won't let me play. Kuno says I'm too young to get boozed up.
That sounds like a lot of fun. But I don't have the ring, so...
He probably wants you to steal it from someone. Since you're new, the fellows will talk to you, and it won't be suspicious.
All right. I'll have a word with him. Hey, Jakey, can you tell me something about yourself?
Want to get matey, eh? Sure, Henry. What do you want to know?
How did you end up in Kuno's band?
Well, I used to be a baker's hand in Prague, but all the other fellas were always on my back, always swearing at me. Sometimes they even beat me up, took everything I had. To make a bit of coin, I started going to the tavern across the road, entertaining the rich gents with jokes, playing the fool. Sometimes someone would throw me a half-groschen. One time, Kuno turned up there, and I got to talking with him. When I told him all the shit I was getting at the bakery, he offered to take me with him.
I bet you were glad to get out of there.
Yeah, though it's not like they give me much peace here either. It's all...
Jakey, come here. Jakey, go there. Jakey, get that.
Well, surely you can't be any worse off here than in the bakery.
No. Only, at the bakery, the worst I ever got was a beating. It's not like my life was in danger. But here, when those Beerman brothers are drunk, I have to keep well out of sight.
How come they bullied you at the bakery? It's usually the shy ones bullies pick on. That's not exactly you.
Not now, maybe. I learned a thing or two since then.
Oh, come on, you shy? You just said you were playing the fool and telling jokes in the tavern.
All right, I'll tell you the truth. They picked on me because I'm an orphan. The parish priest of St. Apollinaire's in Prague found me as a baby in the church one winter's morning. I spent half my childhood in parish houses and half on the street.
I see. That must have been tough.
It still is tough, I can tell you that.
Stefan, can you tell me something about you?
What is it you want to know?
I'm curious how you...
You noticed I don't exactly fit in with this pack of felons and reprobates, huh? Unfortunately, you can't always choose your company, can you?
No, I suppose not. But how did you come to be with them?
Oh, well, I'd love to tell you, but Kuno insisted we keep that between the two of us. And I'm not one to break a confidence.
Oh. But, well, Kuno said it was you who wanted to keep it secret.
Really? Are you sure about that? You must have misunderstood him.
No, I don't think so. At least... Oh, never mind. So, where did you live before? What did you do?
I used to live in a town before. Back there I was doing something very different. Although, now I think of it, maybe it wasn't that different in a way. If you know what I mean.
Actually, I haven't the foggiest idea what you mean. You don't give anything away, do you?
Me? I'm an open book, lad. Ask me anything you like, and I'll give you an honest answer. Go on.
Maybe another time. My head's starting to spin.
As you wish. Shame, though. There's nothing I...
Fancy throwing a few dollars?
Your fame precedes you, but you won't get the better of me. This'll be the one. No matter. It wouldn't have helped much anyway. Your turn. Come on, it's time I had a throw. Now I'm for the chop. This'll be the one. We'll see. God's holy hat! Finished. Money, money, money!
Ugh, why are you waking me? Go away.
Can you tell me something about yourself, Jan?
Why not? I haven't been to confession for a while.
How did you end up in Kuno's band?
It's nothing new for me and my brother. We've been fighting for coins since we were old enough to carry swords. Last time we rode with one Lombardian by the name of Collini. All over Bavaria, Austria and that.
What happened? Did you fall out?
Nah, we just wanted to come back to Bohemia. You know how it is. When no one understands a word you say, it ain't worth a damn.
You and Petter seem very close.
As brothers should be, lad.
To tell the truth, I'd never have guessed the two of you came from the same mother.
Oh, we've got the same ma, all right. I ain't got no ma, and neither does he. And the same goes for our pa. It's probably Satan himself.
Oh. I'm a bit confused. You're not actually brothers?
We might be. We might not. A band of mercenaries found us in a village when I was still a baby, and Petter hardly walking. Playing in the dirt together we was. Their leader took a shine to us for some reason. He took us away and raised us up. Raised us with swords for playthings and ale for mother's milk. A few years later, he was killed in Saxony. The band fell apart, but we joined another right away. That's the way it's been, ever since, over and over.
So you two never had... Well,
A normal life. We ride from one fight to another, risking our necks and killing who they pay us to kill. That's normal for us. Always has been.
tell me something about yourself.
What do you want to know?
How did you and Jan end up with Kuno?
Me and my brother been riding with coinmen since we was little. This was just another mercenary band for us. But Kuno seemed like a decent kind of fellow who'd treat us fair.
Your brother was saying you rode before with some Kalini fella.
He did he? Did he tell you why we finished with him?
Yeah, he said you missed Bohemia.
Ha ha! Miss Bohemia! That's good! Ha ha ha! But it ain't far from the truth. Jan missed any place where he wouldn't have a band of furious Italians looking to skin him alive.
Ah. He did something to anger them.
Oh, aye. While Collini was away, he broke into the trunk where the coin was kept. Took it all and wagered it with a fellow who claimed his bear knew how to dance, and lost it all.
What? The bear really did dance?
Aye. The costliest Chardash we ever watched. We had to get the fuck out of there before Collini came back, and had the two of us dancing, on the end of a rope.
Jakey sent me to you. Something about a ring?
Mm-hmm.
I suppose you want me to get it from someone?
Mm-hmm.
Who has it? You mean Kuno?
Mm-mm.
Jan Behrman?
Mm-mm.
Peter Behrman?
Mm-mm.
I didn't quite... Is it fletching?
Mm-mm.
Does Dangler have it?
Mm.
All right. How should I get it? Hey, I want the ring of back.
So you come and ask me for it?
Well, you don't just have to steal it from each other.
No, I don't play dice.
All right?
I'll wager the ring.
Sure. I'll wager that.
Well, now it's something worth fighting. You're dead. Fucker! No, kur... Oh, Jesus Christ! Oh, fair fight. Well, I don't like giving it up. Well, at least I won't get so plastered next time. Just watch how it doesn't get pinched.
I'll do that. Thanks.
old again. Yeah, and Kutka. One blind, one deaf, and the other dumb. And we could only get the blind one to go for you. Poor lass. Probably took you for an idiot. And you're the only one of us who can read and write proper. You can't blame us for trying to spice up your life a bit. Did you give her a kiss at least? All right. Just asking.
I got the ring from Dangler. Yeah, well, I suppose there's not much more either of us can say about it. Yeah, thanks to you too. Should we ride out?
Oh, You'd like to ride out, would you? Wouldn't you rather leave us sitting here on our asses, waiting for you a few more days?
Sorry, I had a job to take care of.
A job? I believe Radzig assigned you to us. So this is your fucking job!
I apologise.
All right, just don't fucking keep us waiting again. I'd like to head to the north. Is there anything interesting that way?
North of here, Samapesh and Merhoyed are that way, and Talmberg is a bit further on. There's stables in Merhoyed.
I wouldn't mind paying a visit to those stables. We can go through there.
And from there?
From there, we'll follow our noses. Something interesting is sure to turn up. I feel it in my bone.
Sure.
Yeah.
What a fine day, eh, brother?
Indeed, brother.
You know what I like best about days like this, Jan?
The scent of chamomile wafting from the hillsides.
Among other. And the fertile valley below, spreading wide and inviting. sweet aroma of honey in the air.
A sturdy poplar, standing tall and erect.
Aye, it reminds me of that day. Day when the two of us fucked Fletcher's ma.
Very droll. You'd make a stuffed bird laugh.
Your ma's a stuffed bird. I stuffed her myself.
I can't smell any chamomile.
Fletcher likes to show up in some village full of blockheads.
Carrying his shitty, spare dogwood bow like he just found it on some rubbish heap.
Of course, the dung grubbers take him for an easy mark and bet a pile of coin against him.
In an archery contest, of course.
Mostly arch. Although there's more than one way to skin a cat.
So how much did you
Chief.
take them for this time?
I think there's something going on over there.
Let's just say the booze is on.
Let's go!
See, Jakey?
Behind
That's
me!
why we put
Keep
up
your
with
eyes
that
peeled! What do you think we can expect this time, fellas?
Groschen, hidden in a piss pot under the bed. A nice chunk of beef no one there will be eating.
On account of it'd just fall out through the holes in their bellies, eh, brother?
My mouth is already watering, brother, and I haven't even touched the purse yet.
Once you get your hands on some loot, I'll be happy to play for your hard-earned groschen.
Poor old Fletch. Never gets to see the action from close up.
What about you, Dangler? What do you expect to find?
Futility and human suffering, like always.
Always full of good cheer, eh, Dangler? Why don't you take a leaf out of Stone's book? Shut the fuck up.
Jesus, I wish we'd all shut the fuck up.
Keep your eyes peeled, though. There might be someone hiding out here still. Look for clues. Question the survivors.
Jesus Christ, what a massacre. They weren't even armed. Looks like it happened fast. Huh. They can't be all that clever or they'd have taken the... God almighty. Kuno will want to know about this. Poor wretch. I found this shield in a shed along with a letter. Seems like someone left us a message.
Show me that. I know that crest. It's the House of Zul. A dangerous lot, God's truth. I don't think we'll find anything else here. We'll stay here a while, just in case. And you should go and report to Radzig what happened.
What do you know about these Zuls?
A family of impoverished nobles. They fought in the Margraviate Wars in Moravia. But what they're after in Bohemia, I've no idea.
I thought I could go and search for those raiders. They might not have gotten very far yet.
All right. It's always good to have an extra pair of eyes. We'll keep searching here for a while, and then head back to the camp.
Still smouldering. Whoever torched it can't have got very far. Would you stop doing that?
You think they'll have any...
That's not the point.
That's what you say. I say it's all the fucking same to them.
I'm telling you for the last...
And I'm telling you for the...
You call yourself a Christian. And you're robbing the dead.
They've no use for any...
I've seen your camp. It doesn't look to me like...
Not now. But a man's gotta have...
And what did you take from...
wooden...
Oh, great. You can retire right away. I hope...
You're a bit holier than thou, ain't you? But all right, then.
They turned the place over good and proper. Did you find any tracks?
Some, a horse or two. They rode off through the meadow towards dawn. They were avoiding the road.
Towards dawn?
Meaning toward... well weighed down.
Well, they can't move too fast.
No. And what's more, they left a trail of blood. One or more of them might be wounded. Either...
Nice work. Poor creature. Hunted down like game. Looks like they carried away a lot of stuff. They went this way. Seems they met some resistance at the farm. Oh, what a waste. But at least I know which way they went.
Look what I've got for you. You'll love this.
What's going on there?
There they are.
Hey! Who's there? What's that?
I tracked down those...
You did?
A short way to the east.
How many of them are there?
About 10 or so.
10? Fuck, I don't like those odds. I'll tell the lads we're gonna deal with them. Hey, to me, now! Listen up. Henry tracked down those bastards who raided the farm. They're dividing up their loot, not far from here. So let's pounce on them and give them what for. Move out!
Ugh. Watch what you're doing. There's people walking here.
Yeah.
Quiet as the grave, as the stone would say.
That's a good one. I haven't heard that one since. Let me see.
At a loss for words, are you?
Stop it, please. Or I'll split my sides laughing.
I feel sorry for the stone. Imagine not being able to insult your enemy's mother.
Ah, big mouth shaky makes up for it.
I don't know how you managed without me for so long.
Who wasn't needed their back covered last time?
Jakey. Fuck you. I don't really mind it. We all cover each other's backs. That's how this band works.
Get used to it.
I've no intention of getting myself killed by a bunch of bandits who pillaged a farm for cabbage.
Well, I don't know. You might get mistaken for a cabbage yourself.
Aye, he's green enough.
I'll cover you, Bill. Got it?
Thanks a lot.
Kuno, your men are robbing the...
What did you expect, Henry?
Well, try explaining that to Sir Radzig. You're acting in...
Steady on now. We don't have to drag Radzi.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good evening. God bless.
Can we do something about what?
That... See now? survive.
Stay away from people if you can't ride a horse, you moron!
God be with you, lad. What can I do for you?
Sir, I'm afraid I have some bad news. We came across a burnt-out farm near Merhoyed.
Christ! It seems Pribyslavitz wasn't the end of it.
Now, this is something else, sir. We found a shield there with a crest. A tricolour star on a blue field.
I know that coat of arms, unfortunately. It's the House of Zul.
There was a letter there, too.
Show it to me. Although I think I already know what it will say.
Here you are, sir.
Unscrupulous beast. Cruelty and malevolence. I challenge you to face me in a duel, defend your honor. An ignominious wretch. Well, that's nice. Signed, Hagen Zul. As I expected, old grievances coming back to haunt me.
This Sir Hagen wants to challenge you to a duel.
Apparently, he still hopes I will agree to this kind of outmoded solution to disputes.
But surely you can't refuse a challenge to a duel. What about your honor?
Henry, my boy, honor is a splendid thing, and it should be held in high regard. But in time, you'll learn that some matters are not so straightforward.
Like this one?
Yes, like this one. The only reason Hagen is challenging me now is that he has a marked advantage. I've served as the royal hetman for the last 15 years and become a courtier. Hagen, meanwhile, was fighting in the Margraviate Wars in Moravia and elsewhere as a mercenary. Which of us do you think would win a duel? That's not honor, but an abuse of honor. Commonplace opportunism. I don't blame him for trying, but I'm not such a fool as to play by his rules.
What happened between you and Sir Hagen?
That's a long story.
Well, I'd like to hear the whole story, sir, if you wouldn't mind.
Very well. It began in the first year of King Wenceslas's reign. He sent me to resolve a dispute between the Zul's and a neighbouring house. It concerned land boundaries. The Zul's had refused to accept the ruling of the land court. His Majesty's position was a little shaky after his coronation. So a decision was made in the royal court to take radical action against any dissent in the kingdom. Since the Zul family was defying the king, we were obliged to punish them. Harshly, as the circumstances demanded. The head of the family, Hagen's father, was hanged, their castle razed to the ground and their property confiscated.
So, they're out for vengeance. But you acted according to the law.
Would it were that simple, lad. I was young and didn't realise the repercussions it would bring. For one thing, the king didn't use it to strengthen his position. On the contrary, he took less and less interest in such affairs.
How come?
Because he realised things would eventually sort themselves out. He promoted me to royal hetman, leaving him to pursue other interests. Secondly, my actions essentially created another band of robbers. When you strip a nobleman of his property, you can't expect him to take to begging. And thirdly, I wasn't aware at the time that the other party to the dispute was distantly related to me. Naturally, that made it look like I was acting in self-interest. If I'd known what I know today, I'd have been a lot more circumspect.
What happened between you and Sir Hagen?
That's a long story.
Well, if I'm to know what I'm up against, I'll need to hear at least the gist of it.
True. All right, in a nutshell. Several years ago, I had to resolve a bloody feud between the Zuls and another family. The Zuls were clearly in the wrong, but refused to accept my ruling. So, I hanged the head of the family, razed their castle to the ground, and confiscated their property. Ever since then, they've had it in for me, not surprisingly.
But you acted in good conscience.
Yes, although in retrospect it might seem excessively harsh. And it doesn't help that the other family is related to mine.
Well, what are we going to do about this?
You and Kuno's band will just have to deal with Hagen and prevent further mayhem. The longer he's marauding around these parts, the greater the chances that I'll finally have to succumb to his conditions.
So you'd fight him, if it came to that?
Let's hope it doesn't come to that. But maybe there's something else behind this challenge. Maybe it's coin he's after. Who knows?
All right. We'll deal with him, sir.
I'm sure you will, Henry.
I'd like to ask something.
Sure. See you later.
Huh? Yeah. 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 Can you tell me something?
What do you want to...
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
Hagen Zul?
That robber baron who's been pillaging Sir Radzig's estate?
He did. But then he says a lot of things. Zul, Radzig, Sokol and Hinek of Kravan, Wenceslas, Sigismund. It all goes in one ear and out the other. What do I care? Ride somewhere, kill some fellas, have a drink, and go to sleep. If you're lucky, it won't rain while you're at it.
What's it about, Stefan?
Ah, Henry, the very man I wanted to see. I heard you got the ring from Dangler and gave it to the stone.
Maybe.
Let's not beat around the bush. I could use your help too. I think the stone has had the ring long enough.
I'll help you.
I want to steal the ring from the stone while he's asleep. But that fella sleeps with one eye open. And I've got a feeling you're the kind of man who knows...
Sure.
Great.
I've got that post.
I hope not. Babies have a tendency to...
Stefan, can you tell me something about yourself?
What is it you want?
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
I'd say you and Sir Radzig are very fortunate to have Kuno on the job. He's a master at handling such matters.
Is he?
Dealing with bastards like Hagen Zul demands both courage and sharp wits. It's not a commonplace combination, but Kuno has both in abundance.
Hey, Jakey.
Want to get matey, eh? Sure, Henry.
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
Zul? Huh. I'd rather keep that to myself. But since you're the only one who's interested in my opinion, I'll tell you. I reckon Radzig's making a big mistake. I might not be grown up yet, but...
What are you trying to say?
Never mind. It's just a feeling I have. If Kuno heard me...
All right, we'll drop. Tell me something about...
What do you want to know?
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
Well, I'm worried Kuno is underestimating Hagen. I was at the siege of Lansenbach with the both of them, so I know a thing or two about it. Hagen's got all these noble... These knights that talk of honor and glory. Kuno reckons they're like lost lambs on the battlefield, and he's usually right. But that Hagen ain't no lamb.
Know the one about the farmer who had a daughter who was a bit simple, and he wanted to marry her off?
Nah, let's hear it.
So, the farmer goes to his neighbour and says, "Look, the girl's not the brightest, but she's got a kind soul. She'll do anything to please you. And I'll even throw in my best cock as a dowry." So, the neighbour agrees and marries the girl. The day after the wedding, the father comes by to see how the newlyweds are getting on. But to his surprise, he sees the groom kneeling in the courtyard over the cock, which is lying dead on the ground. "Jesus," he says, "what happened here?" Well, the wife says to me, "What can I do to please you?" And I says to her, "Well, you can grab my cock and squeeze it, and don't stop squeezing till it's stiff."
Let me guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a shame. I had my eye on...
Sorry.
Look here. If you could get it back from him and...
Sounds fair enough. Can you tell me something about you?
Why not?
What do you think about this business with Hagen Zul?
That's a very tricky matter, I can tell you. Them Zuls are well known among us mercenaries. Hagen and his two brothers fought in the Margraviate Wars. That's quite a feather to have in your cap. But on the other hand, they've got their weaknesses.
Like what?
They still like to think of themselves as high and mighty lords. Kuno got over that, thank Christ, and he treats us all like equals.
You think Hagen's men have no great love for him?
Well, I'd say they're running before his whip more than following his flag, if you understand me.
Aye. I see what you're getting at. I'm looking for the Ring of Bacchus.
You won't have it easy then. Fletcher's is...
Sir Radzig told me the Rick...
There's all sorts...
Oh.
But you see...
Well, noble...
Not my old man. He cursed like a tanner's hand. More than once, he threatened to take a whip to our Anyway, my mother never had strong nerves. Truth be told, her sanity was always shaky. Then, one frosty December morning...
Christ.
Hellish it was. My sister and I... A few... Alright.
I want that ring. I believe you still have it?
Ha! First he brings me the ring.
Well, those are the rules of...
True enough. Only I did the sensible thing and hid it carefully. But just to make things interesting, here's a wee clue for you. Find the dead standing among the living and turn your eyes heavenwards.
I want that ring.
Ha! First he brings...
Well, those are the...
True enough. Only I did the sensible thing and hid it carefully. It's not so much about the free booze. I'm just a competitor. But just to make things interesting, here's a wee clue for you. Find the dead standing among the living and turn your eyes heavenward.
I'd been to see Sir Radzig.
So how did he take the news?
Well, he wasn't exactly happy about it.
I can well imagine. I wouldn't want the Zulls plundering my estates either. If I had any.
He wants us to carry on patrolling the area. There's nothing else for it.
That makes sense. I don't think he'll come to us. So we'll just have to hope we run into him. I'd like to check out the big forest to the north, and then carry on via Ujits.
Sure.
Mount up then, and let's go.
Please, can we stop for a bit? My arse is aching, and I've such a thirst I could drink a moat dry.
Same here. What do you say, Chief?
Not to worry. We'll reach Ujits soon. We'll spend the night there.
I heard they've got a peculiar priest there. They say he drinks like the devil himself.
There's nothing strange about that. Every other man of the cloth is a swill pot.
Or a lecher.
Or both.
Quiet. Listen.
For the love of God, help! Please, please, sir, help me.
Don't worry, lass. Nothing to fear. We're with Sir Radzig, in the manner of speaking. What's the matter?
These brigands came. The menfolk fled and left us there. They started pillaging the place, drinking whatever they could find and smashing things. I ran off, but the other girls, you've got to save them. Please, I beg you.
Easy, lass. Drinking, you say?
Aye, sir. They rolled the casks into the courtyard and started swilling like pigs from a trough.
Well, as our old cook used to say, If you want to make a proper goulash, you should soak the meat in ale for a while to soften it first.
Ah, let them get well soaked, and then go and chop them up. Good thinking, Chief.
But what about the girls? Those men, they were...
Ah!
Kuno, the girl's right. If we delay, her friends will pay the price for it.
I appreciate your advice, Henry. But it's caution that'll keep you alive, not chivalrous deeds.
You promised Sir Radzig you protect his fiefdom, and that means his subjects too.
Come on, it's not like their lives are in any real danger. Hagen's men just want a bit of fun.
A bit of fun? Are you fucking serious? You know very well, Kuno, how innocent girls can end up after a bit of fun with animals like that. Well, I, for one, am not going to sit back and let it happen, even if I have to creep in there myself and try to rescue them.
Oh, all right. It's not the smartest thing to do. But let's go and tackle those fuckers if that's how you want it.
Good. Thanks.
Right. We better try and save those girls from Hagen's brutes. Let's go!
Ow! Watch where you're going, you lout. You nearly killed me.
Who wants their back covered?
My right arm is stiff since last night. Cover that side for me.
It's all in the wrist dangler.
And best to take off your gauntlets first. So as not to do yourself an injury.
Still, it's always good to have your helmet well polished beforehand.
Valuable advice, brothers.
I'll watch your right side then, yeah?
Thanks, Jakey.
Fuck!
Wash up, brother. Heart in your mouth.
Jesus, what the... Fuck!
It's a sign from God, Petter. A foretaste of what we'll do with the liquid loot we take from the foe.
Shit. I wanted to charge them with a terrifying roar. There'll be no more wine.
Kurva peaks.
I'll piss on your corpse!
Good work, lads.
So, where's those damsels we so gallantly nice, eh?
You're too serious.
Dangler. Dangly. Dangler. I like you the best.
Punch up, Henry. A bruise or two will put some colour in your cheeks.
You want to have a scrap with me?
Scrap? You've nothing better to do, right?
All right.
You're a man after my own heart. Tell you what.
Well, a wager like that will bring a bit of excitement into it, at least.
You're very sure of yourself, ain't you? Jesus Christ.
Hey, Henry. Fancy throwing some dice? Except Jesus. Maybe they poisoned a well. But that one over by St. Bartholomew's used to sit there every day. I've noticed.
Up for a game?
Always.
Well, that depends what you have.
I've got a shield. The shield's got the Rickfald crest. A nice piece, handles well, and tough enough to take quite a bath. Then I've got this combat jupon. Not only does it look good, but it'll help keep you... And then there's this noble hat. It's not a lot of use on the battlefield. It'll certainly make a bit...
I like the sound of that shield. I'll play you for that.
All right, but after all, fine things.
This should be enough, right?
That'll do me. May the best man win.
You won't hear much. Eavesdropping from over there. Sit with us.
That's all. I was in your shoes, I'd pass while the going is good. That's it.
Come and talk to us, lad. So you'll have some tales to run to Radzig,
This'll be the one.
Three people at the table. I hope no one expects me to tell some entertaining anecdotes.
We'll see.
Right, Dave. Take it easy. Just fix your eyes on your own tank. Like that time in my helmet.
Finished.
How you let on. Lovely black hair she had, like a raven's wing. You kept your mouth shut and stared at the table. Didn't say a word. Quiet as the grave. Whatever her name was.
Now you.
Have some milk.
If I was in your shoes, I'd pass while the going is good.
Dangler. I like you the best as a whole. I mean it. You hardly never even talk to me. Ever. But I still like you. I still like you. Still like
Not afraid of anything, eh?
You're like a big brother. Actually, you could even be my real pal. It's possible. You could be my brother.
Not afraid of anything, eh?
Alright? If them Bama's get done.
About time it went my way.
Right, Daniel? I mean, brother? Let them think what they like. Right, brother? You like it too? Yeah. Perfect. I like it.
You're lucky. Too damn lucky for my taste. I'll be keeping a close eye on you.
They left us some damn good booze here. And as my old man used to say, the fire of battle must be quenched. Of course, the only battle he was ever in was with Ma. But still, it fits. Anyway, I hope you'll drink with us.
Sure.
My words Me and the lads were just saying how we know nothing about you. Most of the folk around here have hardly been further than the village market. But you must have seen a thing or two.
That I have. I suppose you heard about the raising of Skalitz.
Aye, I heard. And Radzig told me you're from there. But that's probably not the kind of...
Have you seen Sasau Monastery?
I've seen it from the outside. A fine building. But at the pace they're going, it'll never be finished.
You could be right. Anyway, I've seen it from the inside.
Like, you were in the courtyard?
Like I was in the cloisters.
Good one.
Exactly.
Come on, Henry, I like a good story.
I swear to God. I had to get in there to find a fella who was hiding out amongst the monks.
I see, but they don't take, no offence, every idiot that comes along.
No. You have to be able to read and write, and speak Latin, and sing it, even. Yeah, or at least convince them you can.
You speak Latin?
Sure. Basio sapo volam, qui plagam diligo solam.
I'm impressed. What does it mean?
Something about how you can't trust anyone. I don't know exactly.
You don't have to understand Latin to know that.
It comes in handy if you want to insult a priest, though.
Well, we have a scholar in our midst. And what's it like in the cloisters?
It's like time moves at a different pace there. You pretty much have to do the same thing day in, day out. Get up before dawn, pray in the chapel, eat with the brothers, then go and work in the gardens or the library.
I don't think I could handle that much excitement.
Yeah. It takes some getting used to, all right?
Tell us another.
I've got a good one about something that happened in Skalitz.
I'm not sure Skalitz is an entertaining topic.
No, wait, you'll enjoy this one. Well, we had a German as a neighbour, a furrier he was, and he was always blabbering on about how Sigismund was the best thing for this country and how Wenceslas wasn't worth a damn. Me and my mates got fed up with his horse shit. After all, he was insulting our king, and we weren't going to put up with that.
Regular patriots, eh?
And as it happened, this Deutsch had just whitewashed his house. Lovely and white, pure as the driven snow. And next to it was a big pile of fresh manure.
Ah, I think I see where this is going.
Wait, though, his wife was at home, you see. So I went to her and said, "Good wife, sorry to bother you, but your husband is in the tavern insulting the king." And she says, "Oh, God above, the fool is drunk and spouting nonsense again." So she jumps up and off she goes to give him an ear bashing, leaving the coast clear for our operations.
I can just imagine it.
Yeah, you should have seen it. How those shit pies stood out so prettily against that pure white background. And then the Deutsch's son turned up with his mates. Naturally, there was a bit of a brawl. And then the catchpole turned up and we had to beat a tactical retreat.
Quite the general, aren't you? Tell us another.
Have you heard of Sir Hans Capon?
I heard his name mentioned in Colleen, in connection with some wench, as I recall. A young dandy, eh?
Yeah, that's him. He's going to inherit Ratai once he comes of age. I run some errands for him now and again. Well, once we were at the baths together, and his lordship wanted to seduce one of the bath maids.
Naturally, that's what the baths are for, among other things.
Yeah, but with Sir Hans, nothing is ever straightforward. First, I had to play strip dice.
That's good. Did you win?
I did, but I had to strip myself anyway to get into the tub. Only, no sooner had I done so, than his lordship demanded wine from the castle cellars, which is a long fucking way from there.
I reckon you're a man who can't resist a challenge.
If I'd been sober. I went all the way there and back in my undergarments, and no sooner was I back than he sent me to pick flowers for the girl from the castle gardens.
It's starting to sound like a fairy tale with 3 wishes.
Well, actually, he probably did have a third wish, but he didn't get a chance to say it.
How's that?
Well, I got back only to find the girl's sweetheart, some guard called Arsenballs, well, that's what Sir Hans called him, trying to drown him in the bath.
Drown a nobleman over a wench. That's balls, all right.
Well, Sir Hans was naked and drunk, so he didn't look very noble. Anyway, I tackled this fella and saved Sir Hans from him. It could have all got out of hand, but it ended with only a few bruises. Sir Hans never got his way with the girl, though.
All that trouble for nothing. A nice story, but let's just drink.
Yeah. I'm looking for...
No doubt he wants to keep it safe from...
Well, takes one to...
Me? Nah.
I'm looking for that ring.
Christ. You haven't had enough...
Enough of what?
Chasing around after that trinket. It's just as well you took it from me, though. Don't need any X.
Thanks, Ed. Can we set out?
Sure.
You think they could be Hagens?
Maybe, maybe not. It's enough that they're not local. Could be the escort of some merchant. Jakey, go and scout ahead. Don't want us running into any surprises. See if there's a good spot for us to camp.
Right, Chief.
What's the matter with Jakey? No back talk.
I gave him a swig of schnapps at supper. Perhaps it made a man of him overnight.
Or that boar piss of yours took away his will to live.
Zastubi device potoki vina, Nesvenis nesere semezis vima, Nesvenis nesere escases lavi, Citali piem neste vainam lavi. Hey! Genskia citale plemeno hadi, Pusti exodia bona gensradi,
Kurva! Brother, where are you?
All right, Henry?
I'm coming, brother! Second! Catch the horses!
We're on the river bank.
We have to get back to the bank, quick, before they cut us off.
You're going to cry now?
You'll get what for.
Dear God.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. You thinking the same as me?
It's like that time. 5 weeks ago. Here, you lover.
6, mate.
Only that time, it was us.
Aye. Can't blame them Zulus. It's a good trick. Just look at how I'm fucked up.
They picked a nice spot. They figured we'd be half drowned and lose our weapons in the current.
Only Jakey's been washed away.
Where is that little shit anyway?
If he ain't dead, you'll soon wish he was. Look at Kuno's face.
Aye. I've seen that look before.
At the ford by Yeovil.
5 or 6 weeks back.
Where we were lying in wait for that treacherous sister of his.
What's that? What's going on there?
Yeah.
What now?
I don't know. They could be lying in wait for us anywhere. Someone must have snitched on us. We should split up and get the fuck out of here.
So every man for himself?
Just so.
But you think it was one of the band who...
Look around for yourself. Who's missing? Jakey. That's who. I sent him on ahead, and he knows which way we're going. That little fucking Judas! When I get my hands on him, he'll rue the day he was born.
I'll try and track him down. He can't be too far away.
No, it's too risky. He could have Hagen's...
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Greetings. What do you need?
I'd like to enroll in the big tournament.
Come tomorrow morning to the upper castle courtyard and I'll glad... And don't forget to bring 3 score...
I'd like to ask again.
Thanks.
Take care.
Lord! God bless you.
I'd like to
All right.
Of course. Here you are.
I'll write your name down. Henry, you said. And I need to know what weapon you choose.
Longsword. I reckon it's what I'm best at.
Good. Get yourself ready. You're next in line. God be with you. Meeting face to face in this round will be Zdeněk, apprentice to the rat-eyed scribe, who will measure his skills against Henry of Skalitz from the company of Sir Radzig Kobyla. Welcome, our warriors. All is prepared for the first duel. We will witness a duel with longswords.
Now. Well,
Change weapons for the second bout. The combatants will engage in a duel with warhammers and shields.
Bunda!
As victor in this round, he shall proceed to the next. Entering the arena now will be Thaddeus, commander of the guard at Talmberg. And his adversary will be Henry of Skalitz from the company of Sir Radzig Kobyla. Welcome, our warriors. All is prepared for the first duel. We will witness a duel with longswords.
Well. You're gonna cry now. Come and get it. Curse it.
Change weapons for the second bout. The combatants will engage in a duel with warhammers and shields.
God!
Give up? Bollocks!
Victorious, he shall proceed to the next round of the Ratai Tourney. Meeting face to face in this round will be Henry of Skalitz from the company of Sir Radzik Kubla. And his adversary will be Benish of Lashim, cart pole to the Sasso bailiff. Welcome, our warriors. The combatants have entered the arena and the first duel may commence. We will witness a duel with longswords.
Take that! Gotcha.
The first victor in our tourney is Henry of Skalitz. change weapons for the second bout. Our combatants will demonstrate their skills with short sword and shield.
Gun!
God damn.
Lords and ladies, good men and good wives, you have just witnessed the final duel in today's Ratai tourney, for which we all owe gratitude to Sir Hanush of Laipa. All glory to the victor, Henry of Skalitz, man-at-arms in the company of Sir Radzik Kobila. His prize will be given to him by our gracious Sir Hanush.
I feel a bit sorry for Alishka.
Here, Henry, your prize.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You've earned it. Goodbye.
Greetings, Henry.
I'd like to ask some...
Sure. God be with you.
Yeah.
How much you serving? Take care now.
Jesus Christ be praised.
With salt, caraway seeds, garlic, and more. You'll find it
Yeah. 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 I see everyone.
Thank Christ. Someone up there must like us. Somehow we always manage to get out of these sticky situations.
Yeah, someone up there, or someone down there.
Yeah, right. Well, the main thing is we made it.
So we'll go patrolling again?
We will, but not you.
What? Why not?
I found out where Jakey is. I want you to grab him, beat everything he knows about Hagen out of him.
Well, that sounds like a good plan. But why me?
For one thing, you're reliable. And for another, you're not likely to wring his neck on sight. Which can't be said for the rest of us.
And where is he hiding?
He isn't, the little shit. He's drinking away his 30 pieces of silver in some alehouse, bold as brass. The inn on the meadow, or something like that.
The inn in the glade?
Yeah, that's the one.
What are you going to be doing in the meanwhile?
We'll go on patrol as normal. It could be a trick, you see, to lure us into a trap.
But what if they're waiting to spring a trap on me?
It could well be, Henry, so you should be very careful. But one thing's for sure, Jakey won't be there forever. And someone's got...
I'll get going then.
Go. And when you find him, deal with him however you see fit.
Right, Chief. Yeah! Yeah. 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 Ah! Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Come over here.
I've only got 2 hands.
Here's your share.
Aye, I'll be back in 2 shades.
My share of what? What the hell are you on about?
Well, that thing with Thomas, somehow his ring ended up with us.
Are you out of your... Where'd you find someone willing...
It wasn't easy, but then Fritz thought of Andrew.
Andrew?
The innkeeper here. They say all sorts of things about him.
And how did it go?
Well, first he didn't seem too keen. When he saw the ring, he bought it off. Actually, I'm not surprised. After all, we'll spend... Now that you mention it...
Out with it, then.
I can't help myself. It's force of habit.
So good that you punched a novice in the mouth.
Exactly. We broke our backs working in the mill.
While you eyed up the mill.
and they drove us out. The only worthwhile thing we did recently was give that wastrel a thrashing, take his ring, and sell it to...
I'm not sure I like...
And where's that? No one in the country gives a damn about the law. And if we knock some thief over the head in the woods, or ambush some wagon with supplies for Sigismund's soldiers,
Here,
I won't lose
enjoy
any
it.
sleep.
Those swine deserve even worse. But that's what Sir Hanush is here for, isn't he?
Wake up, for Christ's sake! It's war! They skewered your parents, didn't they? They fucking burnt down our fucking village, didn't they?
Any chance of a
Of
bite
course
to
I
eat?
fucking...
And now, there's a herd of swine ransacking Skalitz. Those fuckers are trampling over the ashes of Jer...
Let's chop those
I can't let it go, Hal. Even if I have to do it on my own, I'll put the fear of...
You won't be alone.
I knew it.
So?
Well, I thought Andrew the innkeeper here could best ask Fritz. He's...
All right.
Got it for you, right? Jesus Christ.
I'm looking for Jake.
He's not here.
But he was here, though.
He was.
But...
But now he's not.
And can you tell...
The innkeeper strictly forbids talking about guests and their affairs. You wouldn't be the first...
Look here. I understand you have your rules, but in times of crisis, rules sometimes have to be broken. I know a thing or two about that myself.
But I can't see any need for it.
Did you see the boy?
Sure I did. Everyone here saw him. He was kind of hard to overlook.
And what did you make of him?
Well, he was just some young fool who got his hands...
Exactly. And young fools with lots of coin are bound to end up in a lot of trouble, which is why I have to find him.
So you're not out to hurt him? He was a cheeky young pup, but sweet enough.
Neither would I.
All right then. Jakey went off yesterday evening with some girl. Maria, I think her name was. The daughter of a merchant who stopped off here on his travels.
I see.
I heard they went across the fields to the south and disappeared in the pine woods there. Her father went off that way later. He hasn't been seen since, though.
All right.
God bless.
Are you there? Come over here. Let's whisper. Not here.
It's me, Jakey! I'm glad you're here, Henry. I thought I'd be stuck here till Judgment Day.
What the fuck are you doing here?
I picked up this wench at the inn, see? And we wanted to go somewhere quiet. Only the bitch whacked me on the head with a rock and fucked off with all my coin.
Did she now? And which way did she go?
I haven't a clue, but I reckon as far away from her father as she can get. She won't be going back in a hurry. I've met some mad wenches in my time, but that one was a piece of work. She could have just asked me for coin, instead of trying to smash my skull right up.
I'd say that's the pot calling the kettle black.
Listen, Henry, that thing with Hagen, I didn't want to, really, but they kept threatening me. And then they offered me coin. Jesus, Henry, I've never seen a pile of coin like that in my life. Kuno wouldn't give me as much as half a groschen for a cheap wench.
Yeah, my heart bleeds. Enough. Tell me where I can find Hagen.
Hagen? Lord Zool? Yeah, I'll tell you, Henry. We're still mates, right?
Oh, I don't know if I'd go as far as mates.
I knew you and me would understand each other. So...
Let you go? That rock must have really...
Henry, I'm really sorry. I swear. Those fellas scared the wits out of me.
I can believe that. But why didn't you tell us about it? You didn't have to betray us.
I don't know. I was confused. Please, let me go.
First, tell me where Hagen is, and then we'll see.
I won't say anything as long as I'm tied up. I know how that goes. I'll be left here for the crows.
I know what you mean, Jakey. Kuno's no less of a bastard than that Hagen. They're all birds of a feather.
Yeah, right? But...
Because Kuno's on my side. I didn't pick him, and maybe Sir Radzig wouldn't have either if he had a choice. But one thing I know. If you don't tell me where Hagen is, more innocent people will suffer.
Oh, I suppose you're right. Hagen's planning to raid some village. Samapesh, I think. He's gonna go there in person, along with what's left of his band. So, are you gonna untie me now?
All right.
Oh, thank you, Henry. Thank you. I owe you one. If we ever meet again...
Ah, you'll buy me a beer and we'll have a friendly game of dice. Yeah. 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 I found Jakey, and I know...
Spit it out, then.
Zul plans to raid Samapesh, and he wants to lead the attack in...
I see. And what about that treacherous little bastard?
I let him go.
What? Are you out of your mind? That little fucker nearly got us all killed.
Oh, what can I say? I believe...
So do I. And I gave one to every man in this band. Only that's not Jakey's second chance, or even his third. He's had a dozen chances already, and he's still
Saddle up now. We'll ride to Samapesh right away.
All right.
There they are. I can see Zul's colours. It seems they want a parley, sir.
Parlay, eh? Right then. Let's parlay.
God be with you, Sir Kuno.
My respects, Sir Hagen.
I don't believe I've had the pleasure since the siege of Lansenbach, wasn't it?
An age ago that was. In those days we fought under the same banner.
We did. And even today, we may yet part friends. After all, my quarrel is not with you, but with Coppola.
The thing is, your quarrel with Lord Coppola is my affair, since he tasked me with keeping order in his lands. And you, Hagen, you are disturbing that order.
No offense, sir, but you are just a mercenary whose main concern is keeping order in his purse. My dispute with Radzig Coppola concerns a higher ideal. Coppola shamed my family over a trifling misdemeanor. He hanged my father, razed our castle to the ground, gave our property away to his family and cronies. And for that, I demand just retribution. But you don't have to stand in my way, Kuno. I'm well aware why you serve Radzig. You owe him a favor. And from what I've heard, it's not the first time you've had to pay him back. It won't be the last either. The fact of the matter is, you fight Cobbler's battles for him, and you've little or nothing to show for it. If you accept my offer, on the other hand, you can ride away from here a rich man. What do you say, sir?
Kuno, you can't do it.
You're making a common mistake, Henry. There's a difference between what a man can't do and what he ought not to do. In this case...
Have you no honor at all? To sell yourself to the highest bidder?
The only bidder.
Because you owe him a...
And this is the third time I've had to pay him...
Sir Radzig saved your...
He did, and I'll be grateful.
But you're a mercenary.
A job I should be paid for, and that hasn't happened.
Nah, you're a...
You're not the first one I've heard that from. Sorry, Henry. You know how things are. Times are hard. Tell Radzig, he'd do the same in my shoes. Take my advice, lad. It's better to stay alive.
First, you'll face me. I challenge...
What have we got?
I found...
What?
Easy.
Saddle up now.
All right.
There they are. I can see Zul's colours. It seems they want a parley, sir.
Parlay, eh?
Kuno, you can't do it.
You're making a common mistake.
Go then. So Radzig doesn't...
Sorry, Henry. You know how things are. Times are hard.
Tell Radzig, Tell Radzig... he'd do the same in my shoes. Take my advice, lad. It's better to stay alive.
Good luck!
You're Radzig's man, eh? We'll go back to Rattay. Tell him the hiding is over. I expect him to face me on the battlefield.
No. First, you'll face me. I challenge you.
Look here, lad. My quarrel is with Radzig. It's him I want to fight, not you.
You bought Kuno off with coin, but he's just a common mercenary. I serve Sir Radzig whatever the circumstances. You like to talk about honour, Sir Hagen, so I'm sure you understand I have mine too. And I will defend my liege lord.
Very well. If you want to die for your lord, I won't deny you that privilege. This will be an honourable fight, man to man. If I should fall, you're not to touch a hair on the lad's head. Got it? St. George guide my hand.
You're in the wrong place at the wrong time. Come and get it.
Go for it, shame on Radzig.
You should have done your own grave, you piece of shit.
He's slow as fuck. Smash him to pieces.
What's he doing here? Well, I never. The pig turns up willingly for the slaughter.
You call that? Take that!
You're going to cry.
Yeah. You're dead. Don't see beauty.
Come here, lily liver.
Yeah.
I'll slaughter you.
Yeah.
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 I've got you, you dog. I'm certainly sorry for shooting. Bring it on!
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I never. The pig turns up. Curse it!
Destroy the little fucker! That's it. Like a dog, a hare, boy! You should have taken a wooden sword, sir, to give the poor bastard a chance. Destroy the little fucker! Glory to the house of gold!
Medka!
Smash him to pieces like a dog, a hare!
You should have dug your own grave, you piece of shit. What are you doing here? Tired of life, are you?
Smash him to pieces!
Ratzing's mongrel bites!
Shame on Ratzig! Glory to the house of Dole!
Like a dog a hair, boy.
He'll rip you to pieces like a dog. You should have dug your own grave, you piece of shit!
Ratzig's mongrel bites!
Destroy that little fucker!
Yeah!
Destroy the little fucker! Destroy the little fucker! Destroy the little
Go for it, sir! Go for it, sir!
Slow as fuck!
Glory to the house of Zul!
Shame on Ratzig, your own grave! Glory to the house of Zul! Smash him to pieces! Slow as fuck! Slow as
Take that!
Ratzig, mongrel, bite! Ratzig, mongrel, bite! Smash him to pieces! Shame on Ratzig!
Shame on
Glory
Ratzig!
to the house of Zul! Slow as fuck! Go for it, sir!
Fuck!
Slow as fuck!
I haven't even... Destroy the little fucker!
Get there, boy! Smash him to pieces! Slow as fuck! Go for it, sir! You should have taken the sword! Give him to the jab! Go for it, sir! Radzig's mongrel bites! Smash him to pieces! You should have dug your own grave, you
You should have taken a...
You should have done for his grave, you piece of shit! Radzig's mongrel bites! You should have
Radzig's mongrel was making a wooden sword, sir, to give the poor bastard a shot. He's slow as fuck.
Yo!
Give the poor bastard a shot.
Smash him to pieces!
You should have taken a wooden sword, sir.
Shame on
Give the
Radzig.
bastard a
Glory
chance.
to the House of Zul.
He's slow as fuck.
Smash him to pieces! Radzig's mongrel bait!
God! I'm over here.
He'll rip you to pieces like a dog of hair, boys.
Fuck!
He'll rip you to pieces like a dog, a hare, boy! You should have taken a wooden sword, sir, to give the poor bastard a chance!
Destroy that little fucker.
He's slow as fuck! He'll rip you to pieces like a dog, a hare, boy!
He'll rip you to pieces like a dog of hair. Smash him to pieces.
Destroy the little fucker, a dog of hare! He'll rip you to pieces like a dog, a hare, boy!
Go for it, sir.
You should have dug your own grave, you piece of shit!
He'll whip you to pieces like a dog of hair, boy.
God have mercy on his
Henry, I'm glad you came.
Lord Jesus, accept unto your bosom this noble
May the
man
souls of
and
all
make
their
of him a
gods,
martyr
Lord
in your
Jesus,
name.
accept unto your bosom this noble man and make of him a martyr in your name.
Yeah. 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 Pelados. Yeah. Yeah.
Bread, and pour yourself a bit of fresh milk to drink.
Yeah.
Sucker. It's hellishly deep here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I've got something for you. I hope you won't need them, but
Hey,
just in
lad.
case.
Thank you.
Don't you want a little wager on the rat-aid tourney?
I've got something that...
All right. I can't have you walking around in torn rags, can I? Show it here. Isn't it heavy?
Yeah. 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 Stay away from people if you can't ride a horse, you moron.
With salt, caraway seeds, garlic, and more. You'll find
I'm
it
at your...
nowhere else.
Good luck to you. Good luck to you.
bread baked just this morning. Bread.
Have a look at these cucumbers.
I hope. God be with you. See you later.
Let's have a word about the...
Cože je to za dědina nedaleko Hodonína? Je tam
Since it's you.
studenka kamenná
That's not...
a v ní vodenka studená. Kdybych já
See now.
tu vodu píjal, věru bych sa dobře mýval. Nechodíval bych do šenku, nešidíval bych šenkér.
Take care.
Garlic, onions, mushrooms, and asparagus. Come right.
See you later.
Ještě si já pohár vína zaplatím. Potom se já.
Good luck then.
Co s náma zle nakládá. Dobré víno z pohára. Ještě si já.
See you later.
Potom se já k mojej milej.
Take care.
Can we do...
Well. All right, so.
Yeah.
The Lord be praised. What brings you to me?
Sir, we got rid of Zool.
Finally, some good news. Tell me all about it.
Well, sir, I should tell you first that Kuno betrayed us. He took Hagen's bribe right on the battlefield.
Frankly, I was half expecting it.
That treacherous bastard rode off and left me alone on the battlefield facing Hagen's company. All I could do was challenge Hagen to a duel.
God above, Henry! That was damned reckless.
Had to do something. After Kuno betrayed you, there was no one else to defend you. It would have come to a duel anyway, only with you instead of me. And as a member of your company, I had to defend you.
And you had that much faith in yourself?
Well, sir, in the time I've been in your company, I think I've proved myself capable.
That you have. So, Hagen Zool is dead.
I dealt him a fatal blow in the duel.
And his company?
Hagen told them beforehand not to intervene if he fell. And they obeyed him.
You were lucky. You can't always rely on people to keep a cool head. Anyway, you deserve a reward for your efforts. And thank you, Henry. Once again, I'm beholden to you. I don't know what I'd do without you.
Thank you, sir. But I'm sure you'd have managed without me.
Don't be so modest, lad. Since that catastrophe at Skalitz, I don't have many people left that I can rely on. Best go and rest now.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, then.
There's nothing to see here. There's nothing to see here. On your way.
Where's Johanka?
She's locked up at the rat house.
Locked up?
For heretical Run along now. If you want to chat about it, go and talk to that monk who smells like an apothecary shop. God be with you.
What happened to Johanka?
Nothing good, I'm sorry to say. She was locked up by the papal inquisitor Bishop Yaroslav of Benishov. It seems he somehow caught wind of this preaching of hers. He's accused her of spreading heresy and had her...
Right. I'll go and see...
May God go... And thank you, Henry. I'm glad... Good luck to you.
I heard you had a fight with Fritz and Matthew.
Heathens.
So it was you they fought with?
Yes, it was me.
They deserve to be ousted, but the debt...
I really don't care.
Isn't that a little unchristian?
Well, those were just idle threats.
May the Lord watch over you.
Sir, I am...
Henry of Scarlet, from the garrison of the Royal Hetman, Sir Radzig Kobyla. I've heard a lot about you, my son. I'm pleased to meet you.
Bishop Yaroslav? Sir? My lord, to what do I owe your interest?
I was told you survived the massacre in Scarlet and warned the Townburg garrison. You tracked down the raiders of a stud farm in Neuhof, wasn't it? To their hideout in the woods. And then you led Sir Radzig and his armed company there and joined bravely in the skirmish, and even killed their notorious leader by your own hand. And I believe you have many other deeds to your name. That's quite remarkable, considering your age, is it not?
I had some unsettled accounts to deal with. And I still do.
Mm-hmm. You're clearly not lacking in determination. A word of caution, though. Fervor can easily lead to recklessness. Nevertheless, I assume you came on account of Johanka.
Yes.
Then tell me what's on your mind.
How did you find out about Johanka?
Word came to me of what was happening here. That some young girl was claiming to speak for the Blessed Virgin. I traveled here immediately, as my duty demanded, and observed events in Sasau incognito, in order to examine the matter at first hand.
I see. Why did you have her imprisoned?
Because she broke the promise she made to me, and persisted in actions that bear the signs of heresy.
And what...
I must weigh the gravity of her transgressions. I consider it very improbable that she is indeed being visited by the...
So you think it could be true?
It's not that straightforward. Even if her visions were real, she was at fault for interpreting them as she saw fit, and...
So you decide just like that?
I certainly do not decide just like that. And you would be well advised not... I will call Johanka.
And if you decide she's...
Good gracious, no. As St. Augustine said, heretics should be saved, not put to death. The triumph of the Church is their salvation. If I find her guilty of any heresy, she will be punished, but the severity of her punishment will depend on her will to repent and make...
I see. And will there be any...
Do you doubt my...
I would never be so bold, sir. But surely it would be only just that someone should speak for Johanka about all her good deeds and so forth?
Naturally, I will also question those who would speak in her defense. Since you are interceding, I expect you have someone in mind?
Yes. Actually, me.
As I surmised. But this matter does not directly concern you.
Johanka is my neighbour, and I have a Christian duty to come to her aid. I can't just stand by and do nothing.
I have to concur with you on that. Your concern seems sincere, so I will grant your request. Very well. You will defend Johanka. You may speak in her defense if you so wish, and you may also bring witnesses. I will question any such witnesses, and naturally I shall question Johanka too.
Thank you, Monsignor. In that case, I'll need to speak to Johanka first.
That won't be possible. It's forbidden by the Inquisition procedure. Until the entire matter is resolved, Johanka can speak only to me and no one else. I would like to expedite the matter. The trial will take place in Sassaw Church in 3 days' time at the latest. Come and let me know when you're ready to proceed. In the meantime, I will continue my investigation.
Very well, Monsignor. I had better get on with it then, sir. Farewell.
Before you go, you know Johanka longer than anyone else. You spent a lot of time with her, as I've discovered. Tell me, my son, truthfully, what do you think of this whole affair?
About the Virgin Mary? I believe the Virgin does visit her. Johanka is honest. She wouldn't lie about such a thing. And the things she says sound truthful and compelling. It really does seem like a heavenly revelation. Who else could it be from but the Virgin Mary?
The origin of these so-called visions of hers must be investigated. But thank you for your...
Johanka is an honest girl and virtuous. She's a good Christian who attends church and thinks of others.
Good. Please continue.
She's worried about Matthias. He's from Skalitz too, and she's very fond of him. But he was wounded in a raid on Merhojed recently, and since then he's been lying in a fever. Johanka believes that if she does what the Blessed Virgin wants of her, Matthias might be healed.
Interesting. Anything else?
Well, before, in Skalitz, Johanka was sort of, well, just a simple village girl. I never imagined I'd hear her talking the way she does now. She's completely transformed.
A simple village girl. I see. Do continue.
Johanka helped a lot of people. She worked her fingers to the bone helping Brother Nicodemus with the sick and injured.
That is certainly commendable. What else can you tell me about her?
That's about all I can tell you.
Is that really everything?
I have nothing more to add, Monsignor.
Very well. Thank you, my son. One more thing before you go. Let me remind you that it's your Christian duty to report anything suspicious going on concerning the Church and the true faith. If you're aware of... If you prove yourself a commendable servant of the Church, I would also take that into account in...
All right, Monsignor.
Take care now.
Brother Nicodemus.
You've heard something?
The Inquisitor has decided that Johanka will be tried, but he's agreed that I can defend her.
That's really quite unusual. It must mean he hasn't come to a clear conclusion yet.
Yes. I'll get her out of it.
I'm afraid it may not be that easy. The thing is, I expect Johanka will say the same things before the...
What are you saying?
Well, I've been thinking about what she's been saying. Are you acquainted with the notion of the
Yeah, I heard something about it. Those who work, those who pray. But what's all that got...
Well, I noticed in her first sermon she primarily addressed the concerns of the common folk, and in the second, she criticized the nobility.
Ah. So you think she might start talking about the church?
Yes, I'm afraid she might. I dread to think how that might end up. Henry, you must warn her against that. She must show humility. She's rather stubborn, but back...
But the Inquisitor said...
No one except the Inquisitor's own... I'm afraid Johanka's fate is mainly...
God be with you.
Witnesses can be summoned for Johanka's trial. So I wanted to ask you if you'd give a testimony. Maybe some learn...
I'd be glad to... Such testimonies could carry a lot of weight. You should try and get as many as you can. May the Lord watch over you.
Adela, the Inquisitor...
Oh, Lord. I hope she...
I need people to speak in her...
I don't want to go there, but... You helped me, and so did Johanka. But what am I supposed to say there?
That doesn't matter. It should be enough to talk about all the good Johanka... I'll send for you.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
I won't get any sleep. I just won't get any sleep.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I'll bring it right away. Certainly.
Goodman Pavel, you're still here. That's a relief. I was afraid I'd miss you.
Yes, yes. I had some business to deal with, but now that... What was it you wanted?
You might have heard that Johanka was a...
Indeed.
I'd like to ask you to speak to the court in Johanka's defense.
Of course, Henry. You have... But to speak in defense of someone accused of heresy is no small matter. What do you want me to say?
The same thing you told me. That it was a sacred sign that you happened to be nearby when Johanka was speaking, and so on.
True. I'll tell the bishop that. You can rest...
Thank you very much. Please wait here if...
All right. For your... God be with you.
Yeah.
What's that? You, stop right where you are.
Hey, you! Halt!
Yeah.
Don't move a finger!
You there! Stop!
Ugh.
Surrender!
You!
Got you, you scum! It's jail for you, and I hope you...
You're making...
Well, I...
Yeah! Yeah!
I'll be back in 2 shakes.
Father, the Inquisitor has had Johanka thrown in jail.
I know, son.
He's planning a hearing.
Rightly so. It's about time this whole...
What do you think about it?
As I say, it's a good thing that the matter is being investigated. Who knows what these... And her words are only putting ideas in people's heads and leading them astray. Now, instead of going to church, as they should, they go to her in the false belief. It's creating a chasm between the people and the church and leading them away from the...
But Johanka is no heretic. I'll defend her.
Suit yourself. But mind you don't get in and leave it to the bishop to judge...
Of course.
See you later.
Yeah.
God grant.
I need your help. I'm sure you've heard.
Who hasn't?
I'd like to ask you to appear.
I can't say I'm keen on going. I think it's only right.
Ah,
Take care.
Master Bailiff?
I know. He was here asking questions, too.
Oh? What did he want to know?
Various things. Like how things are here, whether people are... And then he asked about Johanka. About what she preaches, whether people come to listen to her and that. He's been talking to a lot of other people.
That's interesting. Was he just asking questions, or does he want you...
Yes, he did.
I see.
It depends what I'm asked, but there's not much I can say. She seems virtuous and self-sacrificing to me. She's never done anything wrong, and no one here ever had a cross word to say about her. Until recently. Maybe some gossip about her and Sir Sebastian. But I've heard similar talk about her.
Now that's just idle gossip. Johanka...
True. Folk have been falling out. They're split according to whether they believe you. I don't know quite what to think of it myself. But I don't want to jump to conclusions.
Thank you for speaking openly, Master Bailiff.
Take care.
Jesus! Hey!
What the?
You can't just walk around in the dark. You have to have a light.
Hey!
It's the
No one's allowed to talk to your Bishop Yar...
I know. I was just testing you. And you passed. I'm with the Bishop's entourage, and I'm here at his command. Let me in to talk to Yahanka. Good, good. Your diligence is commendable. I don't have the document on me at present.
Sorry, sir. We'll have to go and... I wouldn't want to anger them.
Of course. And you can actually...
A little, sir, yes.
Very wise. Very well. I'll
see you later.
Hey, where's your torch? You can't walk around here in the dark without a light.
Yeah. 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 I'm here about Johanka.
You're that fella of hers, are you? What do you want?
No. I'm just a friend of hers. Matthias is her fella.
Huh.
I heard you invited Bishop Yaroslav to come and dine with you?
Yes, so what? Bishop Yaroslav is an esteemed visitor to Sasau.
What have you got against you?
Nothing. The question is...
What?
She turns up here and tries to tell us how to live our lives. I'd like to know who's really... She's just getting people all worked up. Men. Sasau is a decent, orderly place, I'll have you know. We don't want any trouble here. All this... No one is interested in... She ought to have thought twice before she started.
What do you mean, warned?
As I said...
Tell me everything you know. I represent the royal hetman, so don't try and...
If you must know, some of the fellas want to have it out with her and tell her to stop. No one wants her speeches here. But would she listen? No. The devil
So it was you who sent those men?
All I wanted was to protect the Sasau, and I'll do just that. The Monsignor asked me to testify.
And I'll do likewise.
Go! Good luck, then.
Ah!
Yeah. Look what you're... Yeah. Monsignor, Johanka is just a simple village.
They are. And however trivial...
What broader significance?
No offense, but these things can't easily... Still, Unfortunately, I don't have time for this now. If you really... After all...
Why did you have Johanka?
I talked to her for a long time about the things she was saying. I warned her that she had to stop preaching in public. And I told her if she had any further concerns, or as she claimed, Johanka chose to ignore my warning. Obviously, I couldn't turn a blind eye.
But what's so bad about what Johanka has been saying?
Look here. It's simply unacceptable that anyone at all should come along and stand up in the mark. God gave us his teachings, which we must honor, and he showed us how to fulfill them. But understanding those teachings is no simple matter. What Johanka has been saying is dangerously close to heresy.
But Johanka hasn't done anything against God. On the contrary.
Perhaps, but she's also incited disobedience. Think of it like this. You have to pass through a dark forest filled with hazards. Many paths lead to that forest, but only one will lead you safely through it. You know which is the right path, but others don't. Would you show them the right path, or leave each to choose his own and very likely lose his way?
I'd show them the right path, but it would be up to them whether to take it or not.
But then many would lose their way and die. Because of you. Where it concerns God's mercy and grace, we cannot allow that to happen. You must understand that it is the mission of the Church to care for the soul of every person. It is our sacred duty to lead the people to salvation.
How does the Church know?
Watch how you speak, Henry. God is the fountain of truth, and he is represented. The Church was built on the foundations of Christ's apostles, who passed on his wisdom to others as they... Do you think the Church would now want to lead the people to damnation? That we would consciously corrupt the task that we would be condemning not only the people, but ourselves too. It would extinguish the very...
Everyone gets the gift.
Well then, my suspicions are confirmed. What you are saying is exactly Lucifer's, but you won't succeed here, Art. Guards! May the Lord watch over you.
Where's your torch? You can't walk around here in the dark without a light.
Hey, no one's allowed to talk to Johann. Bishop Yaroslav's orders.
I know. I'm with the bishops on...
In that case...
Good. You're diligent.
Sorry, sir. I wouldn't want to...
Of course.
A little, sir.
Very wise. Very well.
I'll see you later. Hey, clear off. No one's allowed to talk. Bishop Yarrow.
I'm sure the bishop wouldn't mind if you... And if it were a nice long call...
Don't even try.
Come on now. Johanka is my friend. She has no one else but me. The Inquisitor will surely... I just want to say goodbye. What would you do in my...
Well, but I'd be taking a big risk. Disobeying. All right, go on.
For sure. Johanka, are you all right?
Yes, Henry. I'm fine. I'm glad to see you.
I spoke to the Inquisitor. He wants to put you...
I know. It's all in God's hands now.
No, it's not. I mean, it is, of course. But the bishop has allowed me to defend you.
You want to defend me? Thank you. Henry, that's very kind of you. Our Lady won't let anything bad happen to me. I am her instrument, and I am completely in her hands.
But I won't stand by with my arms folded. You need someone to testify, as I said.
If you insist. Maybe it's the will of the Virgin.
I went to Ujits, like you asked.
That's good, Henry. I hope you purged yourself of your sins.
I did the pilgrimage of penance, like you said. And in the church, I begged the Virgin Mary for forgiveness.
And she will bless you, Henry. You're a good man.
I won't. I made a donation to the church, too.
Was he?
Oh, just about everything that's going on. He was quite moved by it, to tell the truth.
You see?
What did Bishop Yaroslav ask you about?
All sorts of things. Like how the Virgin Mary visits me, what she shows me, and about preaching to the people. Actually, he asked me about Skalitz, whether I go to church, and a lot of other things. But I couldn't obey. The Blessed Virgin is testing me.
I'd say he wasn't too...
No. He came there with his...
About that trial?
Yes.
I'll get some people who will testify for you in court. But Brother Nicodemus is worried you'll say things that will make the Inquisitor angry. Please don't do that. You have to talk to him respectfully, answer his questions with humility, and not say anything to annoy him. And don't say anything against the church.
I'll say only what the Blessed...
Johanka, please. You mustn't say anything against him or the church. Be contrite. Maybe even admit you might have been wrong about... I don't think the Inquisitor is so bad. If you...
You too now. You'll speak...
I've nothing to do with him. I didn't even know he was here. Believe...
You don't believe me and...
I do, Johanka. I believe you. But in court, you must speak reasonably, prudently.
I appreciate your concern for me, Henry. Really, I do. But you must understand. Not now. After everything...
But you have to consider yourself and what's good for you. Surely you don't want to be convicted of heresy?
I've already told you. Everything is in the hands of the Blessed Virgin.
Sacra. This is going to be... I'm here about your...
You're that fella.
I... What? 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 Tell...
That's... And
I'll...
God be with you.
Yeah! 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 I spoke to you.
And did you manage?
I'm afraid not. She's stubborn. She's...
Oh dear, Hen. What about her family? Doesn't she have a...
No.
She has no one at all.
What actually happened here?
Johanka told me you went to Auschwitz.
Yeah? What's that got to do with anything?
The Inquisitor showed up. Apparently he heard about Johanka's preaching somehow. He had her brought to him and spent a long time trying to discourage her from what... But then she went out again. But before she even started, the Inquisitor turned up with Fabian and the guards. He said... Then he warned the people there that Johanka was spreading heresy.
That's all?
Ah, no, actually I didn't. He saw me there, listen...
Uh-huh.
Thanks.
It sounds pretty serious.
It is.
What exactly does an Inquisitor do?
The Inquisitors have all sorts of power.
And what can he do to you?
I'm not entirely sure. He could certainly excommunicate.
I can't. I just can't.
Farewell.
Yeah. 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 I know about you and her.
Oh? What exactly? You'd better be very...
I know you're a married...
How dare you?
And you had to pick Johanka. Johanka was feeling vulnerable when she and Matthias care for each other, so leave them alone.
How dare you speak like that? If you weren't in Lord Kobila's charge, I'd have you whipped for your lies. But whoever you might be hiding behind, now get out! Good luck to you. My respects to you.
I need something from you. I suppose you heard that Johanka was locked up by the Inquisitor and is facing charges of heresy.
I did, and it's most...
What you might not know is that he's agreed that I can defend her at the trial.
You?
Well, but I need you to testify at the court.
Naturally. You don't think I could just sit here and do nothing? Besides, the bishop has already insisted...
Oh.
One moment. I apologize if I was a little hasty. I appreciate that you want to defend her. However, I don't think it would have... No offense, but I don't think you'll be able to achieve anything in court. I'm afraid the Inquisitor will judge as he sees fit, whatever anyone says. But I have an idea how you...
Oh?
Flee.
No, I don't think that's a good idea. I'm sure Johanka will be acquitted by the court and everything will be... Running would just confirm the Inquisitor's suspicion.
I don't agree. As I said, I don't believe you can affect the outcome. If Johanka flees, yes, she'll have to lie low for a while. But in time, it will all blow over. You can take her anywhere, as long as it's far enough from... A girl like that will always find her feet. She can easily... Maybe. Think about it. But whatever you decide, if Johanka comes to any harm... I'm very fond of her, and her of me, and I don't want anything to happen. But if everything ends well... Good luck to you.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm ready, Monsignor.
Excellent. We may commence then with the...
Yes.
Good. I will send for everyone who is to bear witness and have Johanka brought before the court. We'll commence first thing tomorrow morning.
Yes, sir.
One more thing. These are solemn proceedings that demand a certain decorum. I won't tolerate any clanking armor or otherwise inappropriate attire. You will wear this robe.
Of course. Thank you, Monsignor.
Very well. Rest now, and we'll meet in the morning. Farewell. Let us begin.
I, Bishop Yaroslav of Benishov, by the grace of God, Papal Inquisitor, have come here to Sasau in response to reports of Marian visitations and the preaching activities of one Johanka, a commoner. And I have found, indeed, that by her arbitrary words she's been leading good people astray and encouraging their rebellion against their betters. Furthermore, Johanka has attempted to usurp the glory that belongs alone to Holy Mother Church, and to appoint herself as an intermediary of the wisdom and grace of Almighty God. This does not behove any lay person, and certainly not a woman. It is therefore necessary to remedy her transgressions, and to investigate the extent and the basis of her misguidance. Or, as the case may be, heresy. Henry of Skalitz has elected to appear here in Johanka's defense, and his wish has been allowed. Here does so before God, and shall be bound by a most sacred oath, to speak only the truth. I will first hear the testimony of Father Fabian, who sent me word of this matter, and who should best know what deeds are done in his parish. Father Fabian, will you tell us what Johanka has been proclaiming?
Johanka claims that she has received visitations from Our Lady, the Holy Mother of God, who speaks to her in the night. It is an outrageous claim that I hold to be entirely untrue.
And did Johanka come forward to ask your advice regarding these alleged apparitions?
She did not. Instead, she took it upon herself to spread her supposed wisdom to the people.
And prior to this, did Johanka attend church? Did you see her at your sermons, Father?
I did not, Monsignor. What's more, the parish priest of Skalitz is staying at my presbytery just now. Johanka knows him well enough, but she didn't come to see even him. I believe Johanka is deliberately avoiding the church. Instead, she meets her followers secretly in the woods and preaches to them. Either she made everything up, or the devil himself is whispering in her ear.
If I may, Monsignor, the Virgin Mary really does speak to Johanka.
Is that so? And on what do you found this claim?
It couldn't be the devil. Johanka lives at the monastery, doesn't she? Close to the cave of St. Procopius. St. Procopius, who overpowered the devil and cast him down, did he not? The evil one would hardly dare return to the dominion of the saints to whisper in Johanka's ear. Surely that's obvious.
It's true, Henry, that evil spirits, or even Lucifer himself, would have little power in the vicinity of the remains of St. Procopius.
But the fact that she lives at the monastery doesn't mean that she is not misguided. What's more, she is an interloper there herself, who would not even be tolerated if it weren't for Brother Nicodemus.
Yes, Father, I am aware of the impropriety of her presence in the monastery grounds. But in this I must concur with Henry.
Monsignor, would you please hear the testimony of the respected burgher Pavel of Kolin? He will testify that Johanka isn't making anything up.
Well, I'm very curious what this Pavel will tell us. Call Pavel of Kolin. I'm a little surprised to find a counselor of Colleen here, especially you, who makes no secret of your animosity towards Sasau Monastery.
True. Although I have only criticized the monastery in secular matters of property, which concerned a dispute with the town of Colleen, and therefore my duties as a counselor.
Pavel, please tell us about your recent experience.
I'm all ears, Goodman.
Monsignor, some years ago I hid some money in Sasau Woods. When I found myself here again recently and heard Johanka's words, I remembered that matter. Johanka made me aware of my inordinate love of wealth, and I resolved to donate the money in question for the common good of Sasau. For this I needed an honest intermediary who would locate the money. In this too, Johanka helped me by putting me in touch with Henry here. By the grace of God, he found the long-lost treasure and donated it for the good of Sasau. The whole matter I regard as the intervention of the Holy Spirit.
An interesting tale, Goodman Pavel.
Not only that, it's also evidence of divine providence, and that Johanka isn't making anything up. She wasn't possessed by an evil spirit. On the contrary, Our Lady really did speak to her.
I must concur with that, Monsignor, because I was subsequently also visited in a dream by the Virgin Mary.
What? You too?
Yes. She appeared in a blue cloak and waved to me.
Do you swear that what you say is true, Pavel?
I swear by Almighty God, Monsignor.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Very well, Goodman. Thank you for your testimony. You may stand down.
Even if it were true, why would Our Lady choose a simple village girl like Johanka?
Monsignor, with your permission, I'd like to draw attention to the work of the great scholar Matthew of Yanov. He exalted women like Johanka. He said that God created what is weak in order to bring shame on what is strong. That's why God turns to women who love Christ and blesses them with such visions, so that they can point out and rectify the vanities of men. It can't be heresy if the learned masters of universities write such tracts.
What you say is remarkable. Matthew's work, which you mentioned, does speak to Johanka's benefit, but I wouldn't have expected that someone of your station has even heard of the Master of Yanov. How did you come by his work?
Well, Johanka pressed me to go on a pilgrimage of repentance. I went to Uzhitz, where there is a Marian church, and there, the parish priest gave me a copy of the text.
That's surprising indeed, especially that you are at all capable of reading such a work and understanding it. You're quite a fountain of unexpected skills, Henry.
Thank you, Monsignor.
Let's proceed then. Is there anything else you want to add, Henry?
Yes. Please call Brother Nicodemus. He has something to say about it. He's a man of learning and knows more about these things than I do.
Certainly. I also wish to hear his testimony. Call him. Nicodemus, for some time you were insisting that the infirmary needed extra pairs of hands. It was only at your request that Johanka, against all accepted custom, was allowed inside the monastery walls. I've already spoken to Abbot Peter about her, but please tell me how Johanka behaved.
Monsignor, I must stand behind Johanka. The girl is a treasure. Selfless, charitable, and good-hearted. She helps more people here than anyone else. I have never seen her do anything that would contradict the behavior of a good Christian. She never discussed questions of faith with me. She was always focused only on her work, which she carried out impeccably.
And afterwards, when she began making claims of Marian apparitions?
Yes. Yes, that's quite an extraordinary thing. The things she preached couldn't have come from any of the brothers, or from books, because she can't read. Therefore, I believe the Blessed Virgin really spoke to her.
Nonsense. She made the whole thing up. Or someone did prompt her. You're very keen to defend her, brother. It makes me wonder whether she didn't get her wisdom from you.
I already said she got none of it from me, and I would never lie before Almighty God. But it seems to me it's the inadequate education of the good parish priest here that's behind his flimsy litany.
What? Am I to be criticized by someone who's more a gardener than a scholar?
Father Fabian, let Nicodemus speak. And you, Nicodemus, stick to the point, if you please.
Certainly, Monsignor. Please allow this humble gardener to put the good priest right, because he evidently knows nothing of the fact that other women before Johanka had similar experiences. Blessed Hildegard of Bingen also had similar visions. And what about St. Bridget, or Elizabeth of Schurnau, or Catherine of Siena? Like them, Johanka here only humbly spreads the message of Our Lady. She does not present herself as an intermediary of divine mercy. Please do not condemn Johanka, Bishop Yaroslav. In my judgment, her visions are genuine and her words sincere.
Thank you, Nicodemus. Your plea is very bold. But what you say about Hildegard and the others is true. You can rest assured I will consider your words very carefully. Fabian, have you had trouble with heretics before, or had any suspicions of heresy here?
Not much, Monsignor. Now and then there have been traveling preachers and various charlatans here and there. Although, I did recently get reports that there were members of the Waldensian sect hiding in the province.
Waldensians? So there have been heretics concealed here. So, it cannot be ruled out that Johanka also associated with them. Perhaps they are even behind this matter, too. Thank you, Father Fabian. That's all.
I'm glad to have been of service, Monsignor.
I thank you also, Brother Nicodemus. You too may stand down. Call Hoshek, bailiff of Sasau.